Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome in, welcome in. 1 second here, just gonna give myself the readiness, gonna get some things done here. Okay, so, yeah, the title is correct. Serbia has been given, uh, there is a tweet that came out from Orange Defender here. U.S. State Department says U.S. has not yet verified Serbia has withdrawn personnel and equipment from near Kosovo. Serbia Minister of Defense, Desire, welcome. Serbia Minister of Defense Milos Višinkiv stated today that the armed forces of Serbia has been given the order to enter the territory of Kosovo. They are prepared to do so efficiently and successfully, but that it will be done not against and will with the knowledge of NATO KFOR peacekeeping forces within the country. So they're saying we're ready to go inside the country. We're ready to invade Kosovo. That's what they're saying. With the knowledge that KFOR is in the country, the NATO forces, but they won't be attacking the KFOR. However, KFOR would have to attack them because KFOR is in Kosovo because of the said reason that fears of an invasion by Serbia has been fought off before. That's not the only reason why they're there, but it's one of the reasons. So how can they not clash with KFOR? You know? It's all just a fucking pretext. They say they're going into Kosovo with the idea that, oh, we're not here to attack NATO. Then NATO attacks them, allegedly, by defending Kosovo. And then all of a sudden you got that war between them. And I just want to point out, Serbia can't take on NATO, so this is a whole different this is a really serious situation right now. Really fucking serious situation right now. And, yeah. That's what we've got for you right there. Tell you what, I'm not done with my document here, so that's what I'm gonna be working on. Been working on my document here in the background. So yeah, we just have the knowledge right now that there is that the order has been given to the Kosovo forces. There is a battalion of British soldiers within the country that's been sent there to defend Kosovo. If an invasion by Kosovo starts, that would mean a war between Serbia and NATO, because they simply can't not attack Serbian forces because they're in the country to defend the Serbian countries. You know? 100%, I think Russia is behind this. There's no way to know it for sure. However, some time ago, actually quite some time ago, we did have the knowledge that there in fact was Wagner soldiers within Kosovo itself, and we actually haven't gotten the knowledge. We don't even know if those said Kosovo soldiers, Wagner soldiers, has left the country yet. What we know of is that there dangerous situation right now, and the people that were in that said country, yeah, we can't really know, you know. But yeah, it's a huge risk. The Serbian personnel force is not what very big. They do have some reserves, of course, compared to what Kosovo, and they are stronger than what Kosovo can boast. However, they're not stronger in the sense that we have KFOR, which is NATO soldiers within the country, and they're saying, and they've told, so what this is what they're saying. They're saying that we're telling KFOR now, we're going into to Kosovo. You're not gonna stop us, but we won't be attacking you. That's what they're saying. But that goes against the idea of NATO, because KFOR is in Kosovo because they're peacekeepers. If that country gets taken by Serbia, that's not peace. Therefore, they can't simply sit down and do nothing. Therefore, it is impossible for NATO, or so-called KFOR, to simply not do anything. That's the idea. I mean, you can't. KFOR has to do something. They can't just not do something. So that's the idea right now. That's what we're fearing. And that's why I went live. It was reported an hour ago, so it's still a bit new news. I just sat down to start making my document, or my thing for the night. So I'm still gonna be working on it while monitoring the situation in Kosovo. Also, another thing from Honest Defender, which, by the way, I just want to point out that yesterday we had a lot of people that was talking about, how, there has been forces that has pulled back. There has been, all kinds of things that was happening, and now they were saying like, oh yeah, so they pulled back forces. Now there's no they're there, but CGTN America has reported that the U.S. State Department says the U.S. has not yet verified reports Serbia has withdrawn personnel and equipment from near Kosovo. So again, they were saying that they didn't. They say that they did it. Vucic, the president of Serbia, said they did it, but they didn't. They didn't actually put it away. So I just want to point out here. We are in a serious problem right now, or we are in a serious sort of problem at least. So it's quite serious. Vaughn, how you doing, Vaughn? So yeah, it's a very serious problem right now. It's not for fun. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to point out here. Um, quite serious winds going on in Ukraine today. Russia's largest air carrier had 3 planes break down in one day due to technical failures. The plane could not take off on time. The Boeing 777 airplane of the Russian company Aeroflot could not take off from Puch to Moscow due to damaged landing gear. Also, 400 Aeroflot passengers who were going to Turkey were stuck in Moscow. It's happening all around lately. It's been happening. Because Russia is falling apart in front of our eyes. It's happening. Guys, I mean, I've said it before, I've said it again. It's happening. But I certainly think this is a very serious news, you know. Oh, another explosion in Sweden today. Another major IED bomb destroyed a house in Stockholm this morning. Swedes are on the edge. As unpredicted violent gang wars is taking place, with the PM recently announcing the army will be called in to support the police in the 132nd bombing this year. That's a lot of bombs. The news is the title, guys. I've told you. It's Kosovo. Serbian forces has been given the order to go into Kosovo without attacking the KFOR soldiers. However, that's impossible for it to do. So yeah, that's the news. Yeah.
Trump is now being shown in the background. You've got Trump in the foreground, and it fulfills the narrative on both sides.
Yeah. Missed the start. No, we'll probably have to repeat it a lot today because there's probably gonna be more people coming in. But the title pretty much sums up what the problem is. For anyone who does not know, the title pretty much sums up what the problem is here. Serbia forces given green light to enter Kosovo. The defense minister of Kosovo has given the order to the forces of Kosovo. Sorry, Serbia forces to enter into Kosovo without attacking KFOR soldiers. However, that's impossible because, you know, KFOR is peacekeeping force. So unless KFOR chose to simply not do its job and chose to, you know, not defend Kosovo by simply not doing its job, well, that's a problem. But, you know, that can't happen. That's not something that just happens, you know. So yeah, that's what's happening right now. It's scary news. Yeah. Oh, your nerves. I'd say that too. There also has been an official record today. 9,000 Russian armored vehicles has been destroyed. It's officially rounded the number of 9,000 Russian vehicles has been destroyed in Ukraine. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't have much more for you because I also wanted to do some, get some of the news for you in the background here so we can, cover some news later today. Other than that, I have the idea that it's very windy in Ukraine today. That's news for you right there. It's very windy in Ukraine today. Seems to be very windy. A lot of wind going up there. You can hear it. It's a windy day in Ukraine. It's a windy day. And it's not that bad. Yeah. I mean, you had the U.S. government almost shut down. The fucking and now terrorist attacks. Now we have a fucking another war in Europe that's about to start. I just want to point out the seriousness of what's happening right now. If you still don't understand what I'm trying to say here, if Russia, by the way, Serbia, not Russia, decides to invade Kosovo, Kosovo would need and is obligated by being gonna be defended by NATO forces, KFOR. That's the reason. That's the reason why they're there. That's the British has just sent another battalion, the Queen of Wales battalion, about by 500 by I think it was like 500 to 1,000 troops to the region, with alongside the additional troops already there. If said action was to take place, NATO would officially be at war for the first time within Europe. That's the gravity. NATO has been at war before, outside in the Middle East. We were in Afghanistan, many Middle Eastern countries. Been at war before. Never ever since World War II has there been a war in Europe where countries of NATO has been involved. That's true actually, but NATO has not been in a war inside Europe ever, really. We're supporting a war in Ukraine, which is in Europe. That's true, but we're not actively in that. We don't have soldiers. We're not at war with Russia. We're kicking their ass, but just without boots on the ground. So that's the gravity of the situation that we're in right now. Bulgaria introduces ban on car with Russian licenses. The restriction will apply to both cars and trucks. Croatia and France have also joined on the ban on cars with Russian licenses plates. In addition, Czechia has become the second country after Germany to record a presence what's it called? Confiscation of cars with Russian license plates. They're banning the whole Russian car thing. It's great. It's great. It's awesome. We like it. We love it. Why is it? Oh, really? The SSU detained Sumy Mayor Olinska Lushinsko with a bribe this evening. According to our SSU sources, the head of the city elected from the Bakinishvili, I don't know, party decided to make money from garbage and traffic. He demanded money from a company dealing with household waste. The security service of Ukraine, together with NBU, detained Lusenko red-handed at the moment of receiving part of the tranche, namely 1.4 million hryvnia, which is Ukrainian currency. And this is only part of money. Just this year, the mayor has already received 2.1 million in Ukrainian currency in bribes. Together with him, the SBU detained the director of the city infrastructure department. They're currently being searched. Pictures of it. Mayor of Sumy, and this is not a Russian occupied area. In fact, it's very far from being a Russian occupied area. It's a Russian it's Ukrainian area. Obviously. I mean, this is not. Let's not forget that Ukraine has had its corruption problems. Ukraine has been a notoriously corrupt nation for a very, very long time, and that is still something that plagues many of the politicians and many of the leaders and people within the countries who are still on the edge and are still somewhat corrupt nowadays, or at least many of them who some of them who are older, who's been there since the start of Ukraine. So point out here that this happens, and we can't forget it. But that's also because we got to keep Ukraine on its toes. We got to remind Ukraine that as we are happy to help them, we also need it, as much we needed to focus on its anti-corruption campaigns, which it's doing, by the way. Don't want to point that out. Ukraine is very much focusing on its anti-corruption campaign, and they're doing great. They're just they're still starting out, which is the problem. But it's what ifs. It's what ifs. I have no doubt in my mind that there will one day be a corruption-free country, a country that has only that has people within it that are only there to serve the Ukrainian people. And yeah, that's my that's my point of view. I think that's where we are. Hopefully that's where we are. The fuck? The king tide flooding in downtown West Palm Beach. Oh, there's been a flooding in King Kong Beach. Yeah. Check it out. Hey, there you go. All right. Motorcycle going past in the background there. Let's see what we have. We do. Tell you what, guys. I won't do the document today. So what we'll do today is we will just stay live here for some time to focus on Kosovo, talk about Kosovo, and we'll try and see if we can understand the situation. Because anything, that's what we'll do. But still, just so that you are, still in the loop of what's going on, I'll give you a video from Flash News here, talking about the today's events. I'll give you the main rundown, and then we'll of course still go through Twitter. I just won't write it down in my document, so we'll still go through Twitter and all that, and bring you the most important news. But this is what we'll do. So, welcome in 86. We'll watch Flash News here, and you get the latest update, and we'll go through Twitter and all that.
Ми багато разів говорили, що ми захоплюємося героїчною боротьбою українців і українського народу, боротьбою за свободу і у агресивній війні Росії проти вашої країни. І ми також пам'ятаємо про високу ціну, яку українці платять за свою колективну свободу, яка є невід'ємною від нашої свободи. І ми також хочемо виявити готовність підтримувати Україну стільки, скільки потрібно, і ці зобов'язання справді будуть життєво необхідними.
Попал, походу.
Куда? Да ладно. Или они его посадили просто на озеро.
Okay, so when we saw that explosion yesterday, by the way, it was reported yesterday. The first thing I saw that explosion, I said it wasn't that bad, but it's apparently it developed a little bit since then. Within 13 kilometers of the eruption. Okay, so it's developed a little bit since then. I can okay. So that's the latest from the topic of the news there. For anyone wondering what's the latest, check the title. That's our latest news there. We are monitoring Kosovo as the Serbian armed forces have been told that they are that they can go into Ukraine. Sorry, not Ukraine. That they can go into Kosovo but without attacking K4. But that's impossible. It's a whole thing. Yeah, that's the idea. What we have. What they're fighting for, or warriors know the answer. That's good. Ooh, that's a cool video. All right. Well, I don't know. Yeah. I don't really have any more for you. I don't. I mean, I didn't get time to get ready, but it was reported an hour ago. So, if they say it, I'm saying that officially in sometime we're probably going to see something happen. We don't know when. However, I still have the belief that it may be very soon. So I mean, you can't tell your soldiers to go into a country and then wait forever. Eventually you've got to do it. If you commit to it, you've got to do it. So yeah. Zelensky posted something 2 hours ago. I met with Antoni Tajani and thanked Italy, Giorgia Meloni, and her team, as well as all Italians for their support. We discussed increasing military aid, particularly air defense, to protect the people and infrastructure as winter approaches. I appreciate Italy for its willingness to assist in the recovery of Odessa, including the reconstruction of the Transfiguration Church and other landmarks damaged by Russian strikes.
Вдячні, що ваша країна, прем'єр-міністр для свого.
We've got the video of that. It's in Ukrainian, so you probably won't be able to understand it, but we'll watch it anyways.
Вітаю вас. І, як я вже казав, ми дуже вдячні, що ваша країна, прем'єр-міністр і ваш великий народ нас підтримують. Дуже дякую вам за військову допомогу, за політичну допомогу, за підтримку з усіх політичних питаннях. Дуже вам дякую. Дуже дякую, пане президенте. Ми, звичайно, надаємо вам максимальну підтримку для свободи і незалежності України. Ми з самого початку, коли під час нашого головування у групі 7, завжди пропонували найважливіше питання для обговорення. І сьогодні є домовленість між міністром культури і між міністрами культури, які підпишуть домовленість про реконструкцію. Це не тільки культурний, але й політичний меседж для відновлення вашої країни. Як ви знаєте, італійські компанії дуже багато працюють у цьому напрямку. І ми дуже добре пам'ятаємо з вашої промови. 1000 компаній вже готові для відновлення України. До 2025 року відбудеться велика конференція стосовно...
Yeah, okay. Well, blah, blah, blah. You get it. Talks. You get it. You get it. Oh, you guys, yeah, okay, I've got this video of a Ukrainian forces launch an S-200 long-range SAM against a Russian ground target. Check it out. It's a really, it's pretty good. That right there. Let's get set off. That right there is going to hurt the Russians. It's really, you know, I mean, that was S-200 is obviously Russian. Looks like a small Apollo 11 aircraft. Looks like a small rocket. Well, it is. Well, yeah, not even that small. That's gonna be. That's gonna hurt the Russians a bit right there. I'll tell you that much. It's gonna hurt the Russians. More migrants have actually been crossing the near to Lampedusa, and these are some of the ways that they do it. So some of these ships that comes out to try and intercept them, the ways that they get them away is by throwing rocks that they've actually brought along, anything really to try and keep the boats away from stopping them getting too close. So that's, you know, that's how they do it, and there's more of them coming in. It's quite crazy right nowadays. Aircraft, a Ukrainian, an Su-24M penetrated 50 kilometers into Russia and returned unhindered. 2 Ukrainian Su-24M fighter jets from the 7th Tactical Aviation Brigade attacked an oil depot in Stradop district region on April, according to... Oh. Well, that's long ago. Why did he report that? Why did you upload that now? Oh, doesn't matter. U.S. Secretary... UK Secretary of Defense Grant Sharp has stated that the warships of the Royal Navy will not enter the Black Sea to assist the protection of the commercial ships earlier, walking back his statement from another day, which claimed the option was on the table and being discussed. So, Grant Sharps, the man who was put in charge of the British defense, not only lied to us about the fact that they were going to put... Well, he didn't lie. He just stepped on the speeder all of a sudden and said that they were probably going to put British soldiers in Ukraine to train them in Ukraine, which was a stupid statement. Then he said we're probably going to give the Royal Navy could possibly protect the Russian soldiers. Sorry, protect the ships going into Ukrainian ports from Russian ships. You know, both statements he's walked back. However, I do think the Black Sea thing is ridiculous because somebody needs to do it. You know, A sovereign nation needs to do it because Russia won't be stupid enough to attack another warship. They won't be stupid enough to do it. Cause they are that afraid of us. Don't worry, they are. Rust-on Don partisans have reportedly set fire to a warehouse with military uniforms. The Sky Patch participant movement took responsibility for the attack. And that's what I said earlier as well. It's more, the more, these freedom fighters within Russia are seeing how little control Russia has left and how little resource they have left to quell rebellions. These are the things that's going to happen more frequently. It's been happening more frequently, and this is the fire that's been taking place just recently here at Rostov-Don. And it's military uniforms, which, that's not a great thing for the Russians, because that's going to take them some time to replace. So that won't be a fun time replacing that, if they're going to replace it. A Russian 2S5 Giant S-152mm self-propelled gun was destroyed by a precision GMLS strike on the Ukrainian army. So check it out here. So we have there's a video here. This is pretty insane. And boom, right there. I call that overkill. I call that overkill. Maybe it wasn't. Probably wasn't. But it certainly got destroyed. Artillery system out of count in so many ways. I mean, that artillery system is not going to be within Russian use anymore. So, yeah. Russia plans to test a nuclear-powered Berezhnik missile. This is evident by visual data on the base of Arctic, the New York Times reported. Putin announced that the Berezhnik missile back in 2008, allegedly it will maneuver in the atmosphere and will not be able to be shot down by air defense. At the same time, the missile is known only in words. No one has even seen the prototype of a weapon. Missile launch pad area. I don't know why. Sometimes they show these pictures and they're like, "Oh yeah, that's a missile launch pad area." What? This looks like a fucking mountain. You look like you took a picture of a mountain and then you said, "Oh yeah, this right here is a missile launch area." Yeah. I can't see a missile launch area or platform. So, sorry I can't see that. Maybe zoom in a little bit, I fucking hate it when they do that. I mean, yeah. It's probably true. It's from Nexta. He's pretty reliable source. I just hate when they say, like, "Oh, look at that. That's the launch pad." Well, you can't see shit on it, It's like, yeah. Yeah, well, I guess. Uh... blah. All right. Poland did not accept an invitation to come to Kyiv for military industry forum. The Ukrainian ambassador to Poland, Velensky something, said according to him, the country was on the first to be invited to the event. At the same time, Polish State's assessed minister Jachin Sesin said that the largest state-owned defense concern, Polska Grupa, had not received an invitation. Why can't they make names that everyone can fucking pronounce instead of doing blah 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 blah? Oh, what's this name? It's fucking kukakaka. Like, what the fuck? What does that mean? Nobody knows what that fuck that means, and they keep acting like we do. Like, can't they just make names we can all understand? Can't they just John? It's called John. Just call everyone who's a politician. Call him John, and everybody can understand Jack. Or yeah, no, it's just like yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. These politicians, they you don't need to tell them much. You don't need to tell them much before they get butt hurt. You know? It's like you go like what are you doing? Why are you doing that? You got to do this, and it's like, and they go, well, you can't tell me what to do. I can tell you what to do because you should be grateful to me. You can't tell me what to do. No, but you can't tell me what to do. Okay, then you can tell me what to do. Okay, then you can tell me. It's like fucking bullshit. It's like, what the fuck? Can't you just fucking not? What the fuck? They do act like babies. Today, ministers from all 27 EU countries honored the memory of the Ukrainian defenders at the Wall of Memory. Oh, check it out. Oh, I forgot to turn on my microphone there. What I meant to say was that's what we saw from the outside. Now we're seeing from the inside. This is the Roston Stoff fire, the same fire we saw earlier. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. So there you go, and that's the video that came out there today. A fire started by Russian freedom fighters or separatists. I love it. I love it. I love to see them get a taste of their own medicine. We've got more on the mayor of Sumy here. We've actually got a video of him being arrested. I believe that's him. Looks very much like him. From behind. Not that I know what he looks like behind. Well, that sounded weird. Well, you know, what I know of him. Yeah. These are the money, so check that out. That's the money that he stole. That's all the money that he stole. Not a fun time for him. Not a great time for him. The U.S. is much more concerned about corruption in Ukraine than it is being publicly announced. Reported by Politico. The politician writes that officials of the administration of the U.S. President Joe Biden have prepared a confidential strategy for fighting corruption in Ukraine. The perception of corruption at its highest level can undermine the confidence of the Ukrainian public and foreign leaders in the wartime government. The confidential versions of the stuff, yeah. Well, again, they are going for it, and they are, in many ways, trying their best hand at changing their ways. But of course, it's hard when you've your whole fucking country is built upon the idea of corruption. I mean, that's Ukraine. You go to Ukraine, you go back 10 years or less than that. Ukraine was a corrupt fest. It was controlled by powerful people. It was controlled by Russians. It was a Russianized country, and it was controlled technically by the Russians in many ways. It was very pro-Russian for a very long time, and it was kept, very much in the dark. Its economy was struggling. It had nothing, and no way of actually doing good. But yeah, Zelensky certainly changed that. They've created an anti-corruption council within the country, and hopefully we'll get to see them try and change that narrative and get it on the right path. Yesterday in Slomansk, an aircraft factory with K-59 missiles were destroyed. Where a manufacturer was attacked. What? Oh, yeah, right. 3 out of 4 drones hit the target, caused significant damage on the military enterprise. This is from the video we saw earlier from Flash. So, strategic military target hit by Ukraine. Precision targeting, great job. Denmark backs creation of 21 billion Ukraine military support fund. Denmark supports the creation for the Ukraine military support fund on the amount of 20 billion euros, $21 billion for the next 4 years within framework of the European Peace Facility Ukraine Forum, reported on October 2nd, citing Danish Foreign Minister Lars Løkke Rasmussen, which is I'm about to say I met him, but I haven't. Polish power plant being built. Poland's planning a new power plant project that's going to power the country, or at least 7 million homes, which is a pretty significant project. That's one thing. If we pull the plug on Ukraine, it will be 10 times worse than Afghanistan. It will be a death sentence for Taiwan. You missed the whole of World War II if you don't know how this movie ends, says Republican Senator Lindsey Graham on the Nation. Lindsey Graham actually supports Ukraine. That's actually a well, I kind of knew he would do that, but he's right. You know, you pull the plug in Ukraine, you're gonna pull the plug on everything, and that's why Trump, who says he's, you know, the so-called better leader, you know, he says he's not a pussy. He's the best, you know, but he still wants to pull out Ukraine because he's pretty much under the mining of fucking Putin, right? So I just want to say something here. Picking Trump would be picking World War III. You know, picking Trump would be meaning that not only would your country 100% go into recession, it would 100% be fucked up in so many ways. Russia would control the world, China would very much become a superpower, and your country would go to the fucking bottom. So stop listening to people that say that Trump is the better option. No, he's not. He's not the better option, okay? He's not the better option. He's stupid, okay? He's not fit to be a fucking president. In all the ways that people say he's good at making business, in some ways he is. And maybe he should just stick at that, you know? It's one thing to be able to make money. It's another thing to be able to make it, to control a country, you know? Let's be honest, he's never actually been the one who's controlled most of what he's done. He's been bankrupt 6 times, you know? I mean, it's, yeah. I've actually thought about moving over to Mark Zuckerberg's Twitter format. I've recently thought about moving every single thing that I have over towards the towards the point of what that format that what's it called, Mark Zuckerberg has, because I actually don't know if he supports Ukraine. I think he is. But I'd much rather support someone like, you know, Mark Zuckerberg, very much the father of the social media, than I'd like to support somebody who's Elon Musk, and listen, if Elon Musk makes it so that you have to pay a fee to have a Twitter account, I will delete my Twitter and never get back on Twitter ever again. So if that happens, I will be moving over to the Twitter format that Mark Zuckerberg has made. Probably move over to Telegram, but I will not be using Twitter. I will not be using Twitter. I will not support Elon Musk. I will not pay him money. I'll never own a Tesla. I will never, ever, in any way, support him in any fucking way. Because he's, you know, for a very clever man, he's pretty fucking stupid. That's one thing, you know. For a pretty clever dude, he's pretty fucking stupid. I always feel like, You know what I feel like? I always feel like I...
That's massive.
Oh shit. Explosion near Oxford, United Kingdom. There's an explosion occurred in Oxford in United Kingdom. Retweeting this now. Check it out, guys. This is in Oxford, the United Kingdom. Just reported here.
That's massive.
That is massive. Something has exploded. Gas pipeline, maybe? Could look like it. A fire of some sort.
Oh my god.
That is huge. I mean, look at how far away he is as well.
Look at the...
He's very far away as well, so it's pretty huge. Look how it illuminates the sky as well. It looks like a pretty big fire, if I'm being honest. Probably nothing... I mean, they say an explosion, but let's be honest. It could very well be a it could very well be a fire. Something that it could have exploded and something created a fire, but you know.
That's massive.
Could be a fire. We don't know. We don't know what's happening here. I mean, it looks big, and I feel like it looks a little bit like how a gas pipeline looks when it explodes, but you know. Holy shit, guys. We'll have to keep an eye on that right there. That's a It was reported, it was filmed about half an hour ago. That's what we know of. Holy shit, guys. Well, let's look at that. See what's going on here. About half an hour ago. 20 minutes, yeah, half an hour ago. About filmed then. Now people are just mass retweeting this, of course. Well, I've got nothing else on it. We've got one different angle. You know, the other one, all the other ones are the same video. We've got one different angle. Somebody was actually able to report it from there. Apparently, we have no one, as of right now, near the area, which is, you know, ironic. We have no one near the area.
The fuck is that?
He's seeing that over the mountain. It's huge. I wonder what it is. I mean, it's huge. You know, people can see it from miles away. Apparently.
Oh my god.
Lightning just struck that, and now it's on fire.
Someone's saying lightning struck near Oxford, 8:34. This guy recorded this video an hour ago. Caused by a lightning storm, but I don't believe that. Well, this guy has said it was lightning storm. It very likely is, then. Lightning strike near Oxford struck something that burst into flames.
Fire.
This was recorded an hour ago, so it started an hour ago. And now people have been filming it, so it's still going on, very likely. So that guy said that something just struck that, and now it's on fire.
Oh my god. That is flipping massive.
This guy just said that something just struck that, and now it's on fire.
What even is
Could
that?
have struck the gas pipeline, maybe. I don't know if is that overground. Probably not. It looks like it's in the ground. It's in the countryside, so it's kind of like it's weird because it's in the countryside. It appears so. Nobody's really having a video up close. I guess we're gonna get that later on. That's pretty insane there. It's raining fast. Hallelujah. Yeah. What do you think it is? Well, what else do you think it is, Rose? I mean, like it's something else.
What's that? That's massive.
Lightning strike near Oxford, A34, struck something, burst into flames. We don't know what it struck yet. Developing, they say. Of course it is. Yeah, it is developing very much so. Enormous explosion. It's a big fire. For anyone just joining now, we got the video here. Let's keep playing this one right here as well.
That's massive.
This is as of right now. So he zooms in right now, and you can see that it's just huge. We got 3 different videos. We got one guy driving on a highway saying that something struck it. We had the video of somebody who was driving along the highway who said that lightning struck it. Sky News just reported that it was a lightning strike that struck something that created that fire right there. So, so this is in Oxford, in the UK, United Kingdom. It's a quite a fire. Of course, things like this can happen. However, it's, you know, the fact that they have to get it under control. I can't wait to see what's actually happening up there. Let's wait to see, you know, what's actually happening up there. I guess we're probably going to see that eventually, hopefully. Vicegrad, that reported on it. They're saying it was an explosion, but obviously an explosion happened after the so-called... Obviously an explosion happened just after the lightning strike, so it's hit something that exploded. A lot of energy. Yeah. Well, it hit a lot of enemy. Here we have it. The informant. This is why, you know, sometimes you wonder to yourself, who do you follow? Who should you follow on the internet? Who's actually doing good news? I'm not saying that I'm a good news guy, but the so-called informant, the Oxford thing could be fake news, waiting for more information. Right. So somebody just suddenly decided to CGI this video right here, and, you know, the whole internet is now sharing it. So it's obviously fake news. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lightning strike, nothing else. Seriously. Well, let's hope there wasn't any casualties. Obviously, it looks like it was. So, I don't know where it was. We don't know if it was in a field, maybe, or something like that. Could have been in a field, could have been somewhere like that. Second time lightning strikes? I don't know. What was the first time? I've heard about maybe one thing before, but I'm not really sure. I don't really, well, was there a lightning strike somewhere else? There was. I do remember another lightning strike. It's true, because I do remember something else about a lightning strike not that long ago hitting something. I think it's, not only do I think it's because the world's changing, I think it's this weather, Yeah. Sky News. We have a video from Sky News here. Check it out. I can't remember either.
I just want to bring you some video we're getting in here on the UK tonight. We're hearing reports that there's been an explosion northwest of Oxford this evening. That's all we know at this stage. Very early reports emerging on social media. Local people reporting heavy rain and lightning there this evening. But as you can see, something of a fireball lighting up the sky. We are chasing the emergency services for information, and we'll bring you more when we have it. I just want to bring you some video we're getting in.
Yeah. Well, I really don't know, Desire. I don't know. I can't remember. Can't expect me to remember everything. Yeah. I don't know. You saying it? I'm like, I have like a recalling of it. Maybe I can remember something, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I just want to point out here, guys, as well. The only person keeping Kosovo out of Ukraine. Sorry. That was the stupidest sentence I've ever said. Kosovo out of Ukraine. What the fuck does that even mean? The only person keeping Serbia out of Kosovo is one guy who's called Vučić, who's the president of Serbia. A de facto dictator in some ways. So that's the only person really keeping away Serbian forces, who have been told by the defense minister to be ready to enter the territory of Kosovo. They've been told that they're allowed to and been given the green light. However, it's the only person that has to give the order for it now is Vučić. He's the only one who's left to say, go ahead, do it. We don't know when that order could come. It could literally be now. It could be now. It could be now. We don't know if they're ready yet, but they've had some time to mobilize. And I'd certainly say that the amount of time they may have had to mobilize this, we're probably very likely to see that. Yeah. So that's, really the only person keeping this way right now is a guy called Vučić. It's crazy. It's scary sometimes, isn't it? That one person can keep, can order the death of thousands. The only thing is people don't really have the video of the explosion. However, they said it was a massive explosion. Nobody has the explosion video. I believe that's probably because they Well, it's probably because the people who were recording it, you know, it's what it's 9 o'clock in the UK now. People were relaxing, and nobody was looking out their window when it happened, probably. But I don't know. Well, that map, the whole fire NASA map, you know, that thing right there, I don't trust that thing in one bit, because it doesn't really work. But, and that's the funny thing, Vaughn. That's the funny thing, because looking at the video, let's look at the video, right? Can I spell? Oh, there we go. Yeah, you're looking over Oxford, right, Vaughn? You're looking over Oxford? Look at the video. The sky in which they are recording this,
That's massive.
it's cloudy. Is it? But I mean, it looks cloudy. But, you know, looking at it, you don't see any rain. You know, that's one thing. Meanwhile, this is happening. You know, he's recording it for what, a 30-second... Okay, it's over Oxford. He's recording a 30-second video. And throughout all of that, not one lightning hits. So, it's, you know... I mean, the only thing is that we know of is because that one guy here, you know, this guy right here.
Oh,
By the way, look at the sky.
God.
Look at the sky. I just want to point out here, look at the sky right now. When he drives across. Look at the sky out there. That's completely blue. Look at that. I mean, I'm not trying to be conspiracy theorist type right here, but that sky is blue. You know? I mean, it's about to turn dark, right? So check it out. I mean, that's not exactly the sky you see right before... That's not exactly the sky view you see right before a lightning strike hits. You know? Ocean, welcome in.
Oh my God.
Lightning just struck that.
But this guy in the video says the lightning just struck that. So, we'll have to believe it, because if he saw it happen, we know it happened. If he says that it happened, it happened. Obviously.
Oh my God. That is flipping massive.
What's going on, Kharkiv?
That's crazy. That's pretty mad.
Holy shit. What even is that?
That looks like it's like gases coming out. Hope it's not something like
Oh my God.
I mean, yeah. I mean, they're near the area, but they're not really... I think we're good. I mean, yeah, it doesn't really matter. As far as near the area, that's all right. You know, all this is basically just fields. It won't really mean anything, so don't worry. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that can be... I mean, I'm not, you know, pointing out that this wasn't lightning. It could be lightning that happened an hour ago. And now... I mean, it could be, you know, something that happened an hour ago, and now, obviously, it's not. You know, obviously now there isn't.
Як саме виглядатиме, що саме.
I just have the English translated version. Logistic forces of the armed forces of Ukraine are working. We can watch that in a second. Don't mind me, I just have a little bit more of a pressing news here, as we are having an explosion here in Oxford. So I'm a little bit more pressed on that right now. Sorry that we don't want to focus too much. We do want to focus on the Ukraine war, but that's not really going anywhere, is it? No matter what, no matter what happened, we still don't know what exploded. So that's what we are looking for now. And I really care. I don't really care for for what happened. At this point I just really care about what exploded, because it's so fucking huge. I mean, there's nobody fucking near the area that wants to go take a video of it. We imagine that emergency services obviously has been called. Imagine that, yeah. So obviously emergency services has been called, hopefully. Well, very likely. So we have to, maybe they're gonna take a video of it. It was 1 hour and 15 minutes ago, and nobody has a clue what's going on. Not even eyewitness nearby. That's the funny thing too. This video was recorded an hour and 15 minutes ago, and you're telling me nobody has gone out to maybe just take one bit of look at it. You don't think it's lightning? It's listen, let's not throw around anything. What we know is right now is that they've reported it to be lightning. The guy in the vehicle looking at it said it was lightning. The only problem is that could be scary, is we don't know what it hit, because it could have hit something, that isn't fun. What if it hit something that was toxic, something that was, so that's the other point. What if it hit something serious? And that's the reason why we have nobody who's in the area, because the authorities are telling them not to go there or blocking off the area. That's something we don't know. And listen, again, it was 1 hour. It was an hour and 14 minutes ago. Hour and 15 minutes ago that the explosion was recorded, and we still haven't had one video of it yet. Oh, proving wrong here again. Company statement. 7 Trent Green Power can confirm that around 1920 this evening, a Stinger tanks at its Cassington AD facility near Yarton, Oxfordshire, was struck by lightning, resulting in the biogas within the tank igniting. We're working with the emergency services security site and will provide further comments in the course. Oh, I just called it. Listen, I just called it because I said that, what the scary thing is, what if it hit something, toxic? And here you have it. It was a bio container, a waste methane plant taken a lightning strike. This evening, what's that? A digester? I don't know. Tanks at Chessington AD facility near Yarton, Oxfordshire, was struck by lightning, resulting in the biogas within the tank igniting. We're working with emergency services to security to provide further comments in the due to the course. 7 Trent Green Power. That's the company statement. So there you go, guys. This is actually what they are saying it may be. That right there might actually be the road that he took the video from. Or no, maybe that's the road. The A40. What was the A40? Did they say it was the A40, right? So they said it was near a road. They said it was near a road. That's the one thing. So they said, oh, it's near a road. A34 struck something, burst near Oxford and near A34. Let's call it the A40. So that is not near here. Maybe it's. You sure this is true? I mean, we don't know. Don't know. Don't know. Don't know. That could be true. It's one thing. It's one theory as of right now that some kind of methane, some kind of explosion tank of some sort has been struck. At least according to this guy right here. This was in Yorkshire, near the A40. It's very possible that the people who wrote the comments wrote 834 and said it was actually 840. That's also possible. So we'll go with that story now. That of course it was a lightning strike that struck a methane or some kind of lab. That's not that's not a fun time right there. Well, hopefully we'll get to see another thing from that. Right now, I have a better video for you. I want you to take a look at. This is Ukraine moving some tanks right here, so check this out. This is how they do that. That's how they do that, and that's how they move their equipment around. Repaired Leopard returned to Ukraine. An overview of the daily events in Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Leopard tanks repaired in Poland are returning to Ukraine today, and today many EU foreign affairs ministers meet in Kyiv. That is one thing we saw earlier. I'm not right. You want to load a tank, Witchy? Tell you what, Witchy. They have open positions in Ukraine. You know, they need anybody. And if you say you can do that, you call them up. They're gonna give you the option. That's 100%. They'll give you the option. They say, "Oh, you want to come by? Sure, come on." No, I was just kidding. Oh, no. Come on by. Come on. No, Lily, I don't want to. Oh, no, we don't care anymore. You said we need you. You know, that's. You want me to sign you up? Which, yeah, I can do that. I'll sign you up. Yeah, I'll sign you up for the army. You know, they may come get you. No, but listen, Witchy, I'll sign you up. Don't worry. So, just be ready. There may be some Ukrainian men that's gonna come get you. But that's just part of the fun, you know? You said you want to be part of Ukrainian army. Come and serve the motherland. She's like, huh, what a funny joke, boring. Ha, that's really fun. And then 1 second later, you're like, you got a knock at your door. Mr. Luigi, we have come to pick you up. We're going to Ukraine. Okay, well, we got Ocean. You can do it too. I'm gonna call them up. I'm gonna sign you up as well then. Yeah, we got all kinds of people here. Yeah, we're not only reporting on Ukraine, we're giving them everybody. A memorial site that's being constructed where Bucha mass graves was next to the church. Just to point out here, guys, that right there, you know, this is the Bucha murder, the Bucha massacre. Can you bring your own firearm? I think Ukraine would let you bring whatever the fuck you wanted, Ocean. Yeah, you know, I think so. You know, here you have it. This right here, right, is the Bucha massacre memorial. We've all heard about it. We've all seen videos. This is quite a long time ago. It was mass graves of, you know, the scenes that you may have seen from that area. Looks very much like pictures you could have seen from the time during World War II when you know, you saw those mass graves of I don't know the way to put it, Jews, right? You know, you saw those mass graves of Jews, you know, horrible thing to see. And then we got, you know, the same thing, you know, you never thought you're going to see that again, but the Russians, they did it again, you know. But it's a wonderful thing that this is near church here, and these are all the names of I think, the fallen people. I don't think it's the soldiers. I think it's well, maybe the soldiers as well, but I think it's the people of, well, who were, you know, killed and buried in these mass graves. It's a horrible thing, and it's one of the worst crimes against humanity that Russia has committed. And they committed it, you know, almost just a year ago from now. So, yeah. It was exactly 1 year ago, or not exactly, but it was in March 2023. Targets were civilians and mass murders, including torture and execution, looting and rape. Death, 458 people. That was according to the... And here you have the Ukrainian government who gave out the numbers, right? And then you have the... And then for some fucking reason, because we apparently nowadays the people that we hire in the UN can't fucking count, right? And we have the UN, according to the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, it was between 70 and 178 people. How do I count to three? I think it's 1, 2. It's 1, 2, right? Okay, so Ukraine government says, oh, they killed 5 people, and then UN says, 1, 2. I can only count to 2. I can only count 2. 1, maybe 3. Like, like, why not just? Why do you have to commiticize your own ideas? You know, it's like, if Ukraine said it was 400, why not just believe that it was 400? You know? Why the fuck do we hire those people, and why the fuck do we have a UN if they can't fucking even count? And they can't even count. It's like, okay, count 3. 1. Yes, I count 3. I did count 3. 1. You know? Fucking ridiculous. But yeah, and that's that was some of the worst crimes that Russia has committed throughout this war. I think the Bucha massacre will go down in history, and I tell you what, as long as I live, I'll do everything to make everyone remember what Russia did, what the Russian soldiers did, what Putin did. You know? As long as I live, I'll make sure that everybody remembers what happened in Bucha. I think the way that we honor the people that fell in Bucha is by making the world remember just exactly what the Russians did to them. That's the way we honor them. You know? They are pretty useless. We got I think all clear sirens going off in the background here. Criminal proceedings have been initiated in connection with the collapse of the structure of the Trivri Bridge, the Prosecutor General Office report. According to the investigation, on September 30th, work on the installation of the bridge beams were carried out on the construction site around 4:20 p.m. GMT. During the installation of the seventh beam, it lost its balance, breaking in the middle, and fell onto a nearby structure, causing damage to previously installed bridge beams, and there fall onto the road. Okay, didn't make a lot of sense right there, but you got it. So these are pictures from it. Apparently, there was a bridge that collapsed. And now, obviously, they're gonna prosecute, because they're not gonna admit, again, you know, Aleppo. Getting out of court? Yeah. What are you talking about Aleppo there, Freddy? What are you, the city in Syria? Okay. So yeah. Yeah, it's one of these things where it's like, you know, one of the things in where, they're gonna prosecute whoever did it wrong, right? And they're gonna kill the guy who did it wrong, probably. They're not killing, but imprisonment. You know, instead of admitting that the structure that they made them build in the first place didn't fucking work, instead of admitting that the things that they gave them didn't work, instead of admitting that, you know, the structure and the functionality of the bridge wasn't structurally sound in the first place, you know, instead of admitting something like that, they're not gonna prosecute a builder because of the, you know, he put up a beam and the beam cracked in the middle. That's hardly his fault. You know the fault. You know whose fault it is? It's the fucking people who gave that beam in the first place and who made that beam, because it's stupid. It doesn't work. What's your point about Aleppo? Russians destroyed the town. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, the Russians have destroyed a lot of things. Aleppo, because, I mean, not only did they destroy the town in Aleppo, but they also destroyed the town. The Syrian government has as much as part of that and as everybody else has, but yeah, they did. That's another point. I mean, they've done a lot, I mean, every Russian war ever has always been about being the biggest asshole of all time. That's really just the Russian war tactic. Yeah, but the Syrian civil war has pretty much been taking place forever. I mean, it's not really,
See this as a political issue, frankly. Look, there's certainly a precedent.
I cannot express to you how fucking much I hate this woman. You know why I hate her? I'm sorry. I'm gonna point this out here. She acts as if she's smart. She acts as if she deserves the world, right? They make these documentary together with her husband, the Harry, the Prince of England, she's like, she says, Meghan Markle, would you support Senator Meghan Markle, right? And it's like
anxiety about getting involved in politics.
She's first of all, she fucked up. She fucked up my one of my most favorite shows, right? Because somebody tweeted something, so that the host of that show tweeted something about her, and then she got so offended that she got that canceled because apparently she has so much so-called power, and that.
I don't see this as a political issue, frankly. Look, there's certainly a precedent amongst my.
She acts as if she's got her God-given will is to be a politician, to help everybody out. She acts as if she has had a hard life. No, you haven't had a hard life. You married a fucking prince, right? They moved to great for Congress, I mean, she certainly would fit in great, morons upon morons, right? She moved to fucking L.A. together with her husband, right? Prince Harry, right? And then they made a documentary about how fucking, hard their life was. And meanwhile, in the documentary about how hard their life was, they were sitting in their garden. The garden was about the size of a two-story building, right? The 3-story building is put on its side, right? It had fountains. It had, outside where they were sitting, it was it lived in a mansion, And the hardest part about her life was the criticism that she got from other people. Yeah, but you're rich. Who the fuck cares if you're getting criticism? Who cares? Exactly. And that's another thing as well. Every time you have these politicians who are famous, who become, governors, who become, who smart people and all that stuff, right? They say like, oh, famous people, they're obviously meant for leader positions. No, they're not. None of them fucking are. But I'll tell you one person. There are a few examples, okay? There are a few examples of where things like famous people work out great. Zelensky, famous guy in Ukraine, he worked out great. He's working out great. Another guy, Clint Eastwood, and you might not know this, but he was actually a mayor of a town. I can't remember what town it was, but he was actually a mayor of a town, and he did pretty good during that time. So Clint Eastwood was actually a mayor of a town in a small time town. But
Husband's family and the royal family of not having any involvement in politics, but I think this is, paid leave from my standpoint is just a humanitarian issue.
Do you have any?
I tell you what, if you want the British back in your parliament, you elect Meghan Markle, because the British, Her husband is a full-fledged fucking British. Her husband is part of the royal family. Well, not technically anymore, right? But still, somewhat. I'm just saying, I don't think that she should be a Senate, and I don't think she's smart, and I don't really give a fuck what the fuck other people say. They're like, oh, maybe it's because you hate her. No, I don't give a fuck. Listen. I don't like her for many reasons. One of the reasons, she destroyed my favorite show. But that's another point. I don't like her. I've never liked her. Fuck her. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm sorry. But yeah. I had to get off my chest right there. I don't like her. I really don't. I wish... Okay, so we have something from Mask. A powerful explosion occurred near British Oxford. Eyewitnesses shows a video of the explosion after which a huge fireball appeared. The city is reporting problems with communication. Electricity was lost in some areas. You know what I find weird? The fact that some people are saying it hit a some so-called not a power plant, but a sort of methane kind of thing, a biolab, something, but people lost power. I mean, either it's because the explosion hit a fucking electrical grid or something like that. But yeah, I mean, it seems weird now. I mean, people were reporting. What was it? People were reporting problems with communication. Electricity was lost in some areas. You have problems communicating. I know your electricity gets cut out. Well, that's when the mobile phone towers also get cut out. If the mobile phone towers get cut out, if it loses power, that obviously happens. So yeah. Great time today, guys. Great explosion. Explosion occurred. Explosion, yeah. No. What? Now we have, guys. I found out what happened. It's the British government plans to cut homeless people in half by 2025. That's why the explosion happened. They're trying to cut them in half. We're trying to cut them in half, gentlemen. If Putin thinks he can hold off longer than the U.S., he's mistaken. White House spokeswoman Karina Jane Perry. Jane Perry. Just got the call that I'm starting my second job. Oh, well, doesn't matter. Oh, Nicholas, hello. North Dakota State Senator Doc Larson, his wife and 2 kids killed in Utah plane crash. What the fuck? What the fuck's happening today? I mean, really, what the fuck? Oh my god. Who's North Dakota Doc Larson? Do you guys know that guy? I have been talking about it, Nicholas. You go back a bit, I've been talking about it. But yeah, I am talking about it. I'm also talking about Kosovo. 2 major things today. Still trying to figure out what blew up. I saw a report that it may have been sort of a methane lab, or not a methane lab, but sort of a bio kind of company, something. But people also were reporting a fucking shortage of power, so it sounds something's off. You know, I feel like an electrical fire maybe hit a generator. Could have been something else like that. You know, we're still waiting. It happened an hour and a half ago, and we still don't have any eyewitnesses from the so-called area of when it's on fire. So it's very likely that if it did in fact hit an area that is, and it now is spewing out toxics of methane or something like that, and then now they're not allowed to be in the area. You know, think about that. Arrange the pores. Yeah. We actually had a, what do you say? You had a driving strike over shit. Still a bit shaken. You're in London. Alright. Oh, well, if you had lightning strike in London, that's very likely to have moved over towards Oxford, right? I mean, you know?
We catch y'all later, man. Hey, you guys.
Jesus Christ. Multiple firefighters on scene at Oxford Industrial Estate. Live updates from Oxford Mail. It's not exactly any live updates. They've posted 4 things, and all those things we already knew about. Well, great stuff, guys. Great live stuff. Doug and Hyde, I'm back. Welcome back, gamer. They think garbage plant or a Rixton plant? Yeah, something along the line of something maybe toxic. So yeah. Something's definitely happening. Vladimir Zelensky honored Ukrainian officers with general ranks. Everyone deserves it. We can't speak openly about everyone. Ukraine is grateful to everyone, the president wrote. Thank you. Serbian president says on CNN that military buildup near border of Kosovo has been exaggerated by foreign observers. That has been gradual ethnic cleaning of Serb taking place in Kosovo. We have the interview here with Vucci.
Let us get a.
I tell you what, guys, we're gonna watch that gas containers and waste plant, Skyness. Yeah, that's the thing. I heard about a bio plant, some kind of bio container gas, got bio gas or something like that. But yeah, we're gonna watch this video here, guys. A massive buildup of forces. This guy Vucci is a famous guy. He's famous for lying. So, you know what he says in this video. Take it with a grain of salt, I'd say. You know, the defense minister has given the green light for Kosovo for Serbian forces to enter Kosovo. The only person now having to say that they're gonna do it is Vucic, which is this guy, the Serbian president or prime minister. We're gonna watch the interview here, 6 minutes long.
Status report right now. As I said, the U.S. reports an unprecedented staging of advanced Serbian artillery, tanks, and mechanized infantry units.
It is puppet, yes.
You've been in dialogue with members of the U.S. administration. Have you withdrawn them, as your army chief says?
No.
First of all, thank you very much for having me, and wanted to say that
yeah, you're
we
welcome.
always appreciated all the reports that were coming from NSC, White House, and all the other institutions that are coming from the United States. But the real issue is that these reports were not fully accurate. Let me say this. We signed in 2001 an arrangement with NATO, which means that that's about our access to ground safety zone. And we agreed upon the fact that we can use that freely with no restrictions, ground safety zone, and of course Serbia's territory itself, with no restrictions towards equipment, towards weaponry. But you need to know something. A year ago, we used to have 14,000 people.
Here he is. He's explaining the rules of the so-called, you know, all the amendments, what we're allowed to do, and he always start by doing this. Putin does the same thing, is in where he explains the, you know, logistics of it first, and he explains the sort of way to try and, you know, explain his reasoning behind it, and then comes the masterpiece, because then they start explaining something that's not only bordering on the edge of lying, you know, pretty much is lying, but they start explaining to you about the idea of, oh, this, and, you know, massacres, or even, you know, them being rude again, you know, all that kind of stuff.
The administrative line with Kosovo. A few days ago, we used to have less than 8.4 thousand. Today, we have it 4.4 thousand.
You have it logistics?
Which is a regular number of people. And we always hear and we always listened when our partners were asking us to de-escalate the situation, and we did it this time, although there were no reasons for a big worry, because we didn't need any kind of wars, any kind of clashes with NATO. To the contrary, we want to see, and I'm reiterating this, bigger presence of KFOR in entire Kosovo, particularly
reeling it in, making himself seem like the good guy.
One of the ways to support Serbian people's safety and security, particularly in northern Kosovo.
All right, well, I'm sure people will be very happy to hear you say that. On the other hand, though, on Friday, Milan Radojic, vice president of the Serb List Party, admitted to taking part in the September 24th shootout, which is what we're talking about and which is what has brought this crisis.
Making himself like a seen good guy, right?
Later, rather, just hours after that, you apparently moved thousands of troops to the border with Kosovo.
Let's just point something out here again. Serbia supported the 30 invasion men, the 30 terrorist group, the men with the terrorist group that entered that monastery in Kosovo, in northern Kosovo. That was Serbian sponsored. We knew that because we have seen videos of them training in a big military base in Kosovo. We've seen videos on it. You can go back to yesterday's video. I've literally got videos of us showing videos from them training in that area. So just want to point out here to you guys that Kosovo was behind the terrorist attack and they supported it. They gave them the guns. They gave them the training facilities. So this is not just some small time thing here. This is, him making himself seem like the good guy now. Okay? It's all fucking play.
Why did you move troops to the border? And was it, as some have suggested, to distract from the fact that this Serbian politician had admitted to taking part in this attack with a huge armed cache?
No, not at all. It was not the case. Our army people, they do follow the situation in the field, and they move our forces in a way that they believe it can be, the most useful, and they have their own operations and everything else. But I did not sign even a high alert for our army people, and you need to know this. And the number of people was not excessing, not even a 60% of what we used to have in the borders.
So then let me ask you this follow-up then.
Administrative line used in the borders. But I need to say, let me say this. It was not a proof of anything, because Serbia was the last country, the last entity, whatever you call it, that needed those incidents in Kosovo.
Right.
Because of the dynamism of an entire negotiating process. Everybody was seeing that Serbia was a constructive partner during the dialogue process, that Serbia was doing a lot of concessions. The other side didn't do anything. The other side was doing this a sort of gradual ethnic cleansing. There are 10% less Serbs living in North Kosovo than 2 years ago, just after Albin Kurti came to power. It was 420 attacks against Serbian civilians, against Serbian people in Kosovo.
All right, let's take some of these. Let's take some of these, because we can't just go through numbers, sir.
Sacred object.
Yeah, we can't just go through numbers. And the United States and EU...
I believe that numbers are important.
Okay, does not believe that the Kosovars have conducted ethnic cleansing. But here's what I want to ask you. The EU
Again, there. Look at that. Look at him talking there. They've conducted ethnic, again, pointing it out. I know these kind of people because they talk the exact same way. It's the same thing every fucking time. First, they will talk to you about the logistics, making themselves seem smart, talking about everything that was happening, making them seem like we actually had no idea. Sometimes they will make themselves look smart, and then they will also say that I have no idea because my government is set up in the way that my leaders are so great that they can just, go out and they have their own operations, they have all this kind of stuff, and, we had this going, and then he's going to make himself seem like a good guy by drawing back some of the statements, maybe, or giving you the roundabout, making you think that perhaps we overreacted. Again, it's the same thing. These guys, they never change. They're the same kind of people. Throughout all mankind, they have been the same. It's the same idea. And then, at the end, they will start, well, not at the end, but in the concession of their speaking, they will start to talk to you about some of the things that the people have done wrong. Putin does the same thing. And in a speech about his operationals, at the start of the war, he goes, we have set in troops, we have done all this, we've done all this, making himself seem smart, maybe making his leaders seem smart, his commanders seem smart. And then he starts talking about how this is good for Russia, he's making himself seem like a good guy. And then he goes on about, killing Ukrainian Nazis and all that stuff. So just, bad memories, yeah. But just to point out here that these guys, they do the same thing every fucking time. And they speak the same way because that's just who they are.
Forces, i.e. your forces, need to stand down. We also expect, and this is important, no impunity for the perpetrators. They need to face justice. We need to go back to a situation where the parties are talking and returning to the EU-facilitated dialogue. Now, you are saying all the right things right now, that you've pulled back these troops and they, you know, they shouldn't be involved in this kind of thing. So will
Exactly.
Milan Radojic,
Saying all the right things,
who admitted doing this and taking part in it, will he face accountability? What are you going to do with him?
Thank you once again for giving me an opportunity to explain this, but...
No, it's just a really simple question. Will he be held accountable as the EU is demanding?
Very simple response to you. Of course, Serbia will hold accountable all the people that committed criminal deeds and that we might find on our territory. And he is available.
But there you go. That we might find on our territory. Not that we will find on our territory, that we might find on our territory. Because when you go, we say, I might find these guys. You know, it's like, I might get to, you know, beat this guy up. I might get to find this guy. Maybe I'll find them, you know. It's like, you know, reeling it in.
And he is on our territory and prosecutors will do their job.
Again, and then he ends up by saying he's on our territory, but we might find him. You know, it's like, they speak the same, they do the same thing, and they do it all over, and they do it every single time. The U.S. State Department has actually stated in a statement just some time ago here that they did not see any evidence of Serbian troops actually actively pulling back, so we still don't know if they actually did it. Russia may soon conduct nuclear weapons tests in Arctic. The New York Times journalist analyzed the situation. Oh, we've actually got a better picture of it. Thank you, Flash, for actually giving some better pictures. The truck with a trailer corresponding with the size of the Berevinchnik missile and the preparatory measure at the launch site. In addition, Rust and Tom and U.S. Air Force planes in the region testified preparation for nuclear tests. Russian pilots were also advised to avoid the part of Branson Sea until October 6th. Check that out. That is supposedly pictures of the so-called nuclear weapons. That's the trailer. And that's supposed to be containing the weapon. Or maybe in here, I don't know. But that seems to be the trailer and where it is supposed to contain the weapon. So, that's also happening. Nationwide drills tomorrow in Russia, by the way. Russia would be holding nationwide drills to, in case the official report stated that they would be holding nationwide drills, and this was in case of war. It was a drill if they were to go into general mobilization, to go into martial law. It was they're going into bunkers. They're gonna exercise. Getting the proper gear, all that kind of stuff. Well, how do you put it? They're gonna exercise. They're gonna put on a doomsday exercise on the 3rd of October. That's what they're gonna do it. It comes with pretty shocking news because they're gonna do it nationwide. It's not like one city at a time, or it's a whole nationwide. So it's a whole of Russia are going to be doing a nationwide exercise where they're gonna go to bomb shelters, or at least exercise in cautioning against missiles. I don't really know how to explain it to you, but you know, it's in case of the event of 70% of destruction of all houses inside Russia. That's when sort of thing would be kicked in, or doing martial law, or doing general mobilization. So just want to say this right now. This is what they're doing. And a lot of things is developing as we're talking. We are going to be getting our daily news here from Zelensky. So I'm going to let you watch this. 6 minutes long. Sorry, I know. Big, but he's a good guy. So we're going to watch him, and then we'll be right back after.
Шановні українці, українки, сьогодні європейський, євросоюзівський день в Україні. Дуже символічний день, відчувається, як саме виглядатиме, що саме звучатиме, які питання і як будуть вирішуватись, коли Україна повноправно приєднається до Євросоюзу. Сьогодні у Києві відбулось виїзне засідання Ради у закордонних справах Євросоюзу. Були всі міністри закордонних справ країн-членів, представники Єврокомісії, Верховний комісар з питань зовнішньої політики та політики безпеки Жозе Борель. Дуже продуктивна та змістовна зустріч, дійсно в інтересах всієї Європи. Такий виїзний формат роботи цієї ради вперше за межами Європейського Союзу. Але це формально поза межами. Усі ми знаємо, що це питання лише часу, коли Україна стане членом ЄС. Тож фактично засідання відбулось вже в ЄС. Об'єктивно, наша країна є лідером у захисті саме тих основ, на яких тримається європейська єдність. Єдність сучасної Європи, що цінує свободу людей та рівність націй, цінує міжнародне право. Сьогодні ми говорили, зокрема, про повноправне приєднання України до ЄС. Наша ключова інтеграційна мета цього року – вийти на рішення про початок переговорів щодо членства. І сьогодні я вкотре почув на зустрічах, на перемовинах, що це абсолютно можливо. Україна точно виконає свою частину роботи, 7 рекомендацій Єврокомісії. Дуже важливо, щоб була аналогічна готовність до політичного рішення щодо України, щодо початку переговорів із боку Європейського Союзу, усіх держав-членів. Сьогодні я мав можливість поспілкуватися з усіма вищими дипломатами ЄС на двосторонньому рівні, на рівні всієї спільноти. У нас була хороша дискусія із багатьох питань. Ключове, звичайно, наш захист в цій війні, яка є агресією Росії не лише проти України як держави, але й проти України як символу того, якою вільною та демократичною може бути Європа. Я дякую партнерам за підтримку військову та економічну, санкційну. Сьогодні ми приділили окрему увагу питанню про санкції, про намагання Росії обійти санкції. Вважаю, що на кожну спробу Росії обманути санкційні режими та міжнародне право потрібна потужна відповідь світу. Будь-які злочинці, і тим більше такі злочинці, як в Москві, розуміють лише мову, сили та невідворотності покарання. Хороші двосторонні зустрічі з паном Борелем і з віце-прем'єр-міністром, міністром закордонних справ Італії паном Таяні. Наша оборона, наша співпраця, багато питань. Я вдячний пану Борелю за щиру і добру віру в Україну, за незмінну підтримку. Окремо хочу подякувати усій Італії та особисто пані Джорджі Мелоні, пану міністру закордонних справ Італії за особливо чутливу допомогу, зокрема у відбудові в Одесі. Підписано угоду з Італією про відновлення зруйнованого Росією, російською ракетою Спасо-Преображенського собору в Одесі. Як би Росія не руйнувала історію та культуру, Європа здатна все відновити, і в цьому сила Європи, нашої Європи, вільної та солідарної. Хочу подякувати Данії за рішення відкрити у Миколаєві відділення свого посольства. Це взірцевий приклад патронату над відбудовою регіону і абсолютно ефективний шлях до реалізації наших домовленостей з пані прем'єр-міністром Данії Фредеріксен. Дякую. Загалом сьогодні ще доволі змістовно говорили про роботу наших портів, про безпеку у Чорному морі, про зерновий експорт та продовольчу стабільність у світі. Окремо обговорили посилення ППО. Дякую партнерам за розуміння. Також зустрівся з міністром оборони Естонії. Я вдячний за вже надану підтримку. І це відчутна підтримка 16 оборонних пакетів від Естонії. Сьогодні обговорили продовження нашої співпраці. Плюс 2 телефонні розмови. Президентка Єврокомісії Урсула фон дер Ляєн говорили про політичну взаємодію, про шляхи солідарності в Європі та про експорт українського зерна, про підтримку наших фермерів. Дуже важливо, щоб всі в Європі однаково дотримувались європейських норм та не порушували укладених угод. Це чіткий принцип України і важливо, щоб такий же принцип був в основі рішень усіх суб'єктів європейської політики. Говорив із прем'єр-міністром Іспанії Санчесом. Подякував за принципову оборону та політичну підтримку. Україна сподівається на результативне головування Іспанії в Раді ЄС. Обговорили і міжнародні заходи, до яких готуємось разом з Іспанією. Ще один важливий результат сьогодні – це те, що наша формула миру здобуває все більшу підтримку. Дякую за це теж. І ще одна подяка. Наші воїни. 58-ма окрема мотопіхотна бригада імені гетьмана Виговського, наша славетна 79-ка ДШВ та 128-ма окрема бригада сил тероборони. Дякую вам, воїни, за надзвичайно стійку та ефективну оборону в районах Урожайного, Мар'їнки, Старомайорського. Ви справжня сила України. Молодці. Слава усім, хто б'ється заради нашої держави і людей. Дякую всім, хто допомагає. Вся підтримка для України, кожен крок нам на допомогу обов'язково повернеться тим, хто підтримує глобальною безпекою. Коли російська агресія програє на нашій землі, сама ідея агресії буде розбита. Міжнародне право може виграти лише зараз, лише тут, лише в Україні. І виграє. Ми переможемо. Слава Україні!
There we go. Slava Ukraina, right? So, yep. Oh. Wow. You know, guys, there's one thing I like about Twitter. It is that, and there's also, no, let me point this. There's one thing I like about people that believe in flat earth, people who believe in Illuminati and all that stuff. As soon as you try and tell them that it's simply not true, here's their response. The verified account of the flat earther has blocked me. Because he said, doing the video, so he was pointing out that, oh, you know, whatever thing is happening in Oxford, I'm sure it's not the official explanation. And then I said, and I'm sure your official explanation is not the official explanation. And they blocked me. So, you know, I love it. I love that the people behind the Flat Earth Society, you know, they're so sensitive. You really have to do very little to offend them. And they really want to try and give you, you know, time to explain or even argue. They will just block you. So, again, blocked by the Flat Earther. Couldn't be more happy. They don't want to stand their ground. They don't want to explain their reasoning behind thinking what a, you know, why it's flat. Which, by the way, if you don't know, it's not flat. It's round. The Earth is round. If you haven't heard, you know, the Earth is round. Just want to make sure you know that. Yeah, but I love it. Anyways, let's move on here. With what? Don't really have anything else. I don't really have anything else. I didn't get time to do much else. I'm sorry. Oh no, here it is. Well, listen, guys. If you weren't here yesterday, this right here is footage of the so-called it's round. What? Who would have known? It's round. All right. Well, listen, guys. This right here, right, is the so-called training video of the Serbian-sponsored terrorist groups training in a Serbian training base inside Serbia. Well, that obviously explains itself. But this right here is them showing off the things that they're showing off: explosion, grenades, shooting with blanks, I think. Training their, relative ground measures here, I'd say. And this is what that looked like. These are about 30 to, I think it was 30 to 40 men. 30, I think, was the official announcement. With heavy vehicles also. There was a second video with a heavy vehicle and a 50 cal. But this right here is just showing them training the idea of, whatever, really. I mean, it seems like they're training that some people have to stand back here and look at the other guys do the real job. But yeah, apparently these are that was the terrorist group that not more who was fighting who. Yeah, but this CNN interview really helped out there. This is happening, whether you like it or not. Something's happening. I don't know if they're gonna go to war. I don't know. It just seems weird to me that the foreign minister, and this is the official statement from the foreign minister was, Serbian Minister of Defense Milos Vučković stated today that the armed forces are given to order to enter territory of Kosovo. They're prepared to do so efficiently and successfully, but that it will be done not against and with the knowledge of NATO KFOR peacekeeping forces within the country. So again, armed forces are given to order to enter, or given the order to enter. That's misspelled right there. I didn't write this. To enter the territory of Kosovo. They are prepared to do so efficiently and successfully. So also, the official statement is that they're prepared, so they're ready, which is, when you say you're prepared, you're ready, and to do so efficiently and successfully. So they are ready to do so, which means either, I just want to point this out here, either Vučić is waiting for Putin to do something stupid, or Putin is sponsoring this, and Putin is gonna give the word to Vučić very soon. I mean, I'm not much for conspiracy theories. I really am not. I don't, I don't really do conspiracy theories. What we know of is that it's very likely. What we know of, it's very likely that they're sponsored by Russia. Well, maybe not sponsored, but at least backed by Russia. It's very likely, as we know that they've worked together before. What we also know is that yeah. Well, that's really cool. So check this out. This is okay. I just want to show you a video here because it has nothing to do with the war, but I want to show you a video. This is exactly how Putin acts. It's nothing to do with the war directly, but this is exactly how Putin acts. Jumps on the vehicle. There's a child inside. Here's the fucked up part about this, because it's so fucking stupid. This biker thinks that it's a good idea. He jumps on the car and he breaks the window of a car with a child inside. The child is in the back seat. Want to point that out? And he breaks the window of a back seat window where the child is. So check that out. Breaks it. The child's in the fucking back seat there. You can see the fucking car seat right there. You can see the car seat. It's right there. And he walks in, right? This is appears to be a woman, not afraid of her, right? This is Zelensky right here, not giving a fuck, you know? That guy right there comes in look at him. He even has a gun. He still backs up, you know? He does nothing. Still walks forward, does nothing. Look at how many people are there, you know? This is Putin's leader. Pushes him over right there. Push a lot of people over the edge already, yeah. Yeah. This is Putin's leadership right there to push Russian arms. Zelensky so seamlessly standing alone, but nobody's doing shit against him or her, right? Look at that. Total destruction. Nothing. Nobody's doing shit right there. That's the child. That biker right there, big and tough, comes a woman out, right? And by the way, I want to point out here that this is not me going against, you know, that's the idea, right? He has a gun. Points it at it. She still goes forward. Doesn't give a fuck. That motherfucker is not shit right there. Acts like he is. Acts like he's tough. Gets on his motorbike, you know, and gets pushed over by it. Still doesn't do shit. You fucking pussy, you know. And nobody else does shit. You know, they're just looking at him being pushed over by his bike. You know, and then he acts tough, going, "Oh, what's up?" You know, fucking, yeah, what a fucking asshole. Smack the fucking shit out of him is not what I would have done. I tell you what, I'm not usually one for violence, and I don't really condone that, but I feel like this is the modern era of the so-called tough bad boy. The bad boy that will, you know, do the bad thing, but, you know, do a bad thing, but not really back it up with anything. That's the modern era right there for you. That's you know, that's Putin for you. That's Putin right there for you. He'd be serial puss off the etcher. I'd be serial etcher putcher. Oh god. Yeah.
It's a big deal. My financial statements are much lower than the actual net worth. This judge and your fake attorney general of New York, who's driving business out, who's letting.
That's Donald Trump right there. And Denmark to allocate another 100 million crowns, approximately $40 million, to buy 155 millimeter ammunition for Ukraine. Denmark, yeah! So this is Elon Musk tweet right here, and this is one of the things why I really hate Elon Musk. And I've gone from saying I kind of like him sometimes to now being I fucking hate him. Because this is what he's tweeted. He tweeted this. He says, "When it's been 5 minutes and you haven't asked for $1 billion in aid." And this is a famous meme of a guy who, you know, who's stressed. He's got his vein up, you know, clearly stressed. And then somebody, you know, with a great mind reposted this right here. When it's been 5 minutes and you haven't spread Russian propaganda. I don't even think this is the official post, but I think the official post actually got almost more traction. This one actually got almost more traction than the other one, but this one's really great. It's when it's been 5 minutes and you haven't posted Russian propaganda yet. That's really great. Great stuff. Ugh. So much stuff nowadays. It's easy. It's hard not to be mad at everyone and everything going on, you know. Yeah. Gotta stay calm sometimes. Come to geopolitics, I'm ready to stay calm. When it comes to celebrities, I'm not that much for staying calm sometimes. It's funny thing with me. I hear rockets go off and I'm like, I can stay calm doing this. I hear a celebrity talking about, and here's the thing, I hear a celebrity talking about, you know, the problems of the everyday person, right? A celebrity with $100 million in the bank, never worked a day in their life, talking about the everyday problem of the average American or the average person. For some reason, that really triggers me. You know, like that's where my flip point is. I can hear a rocket go off in Ukraine without being triggered and see videos of Russians killing Ukrainians or stuff like that, and vice versa. That doesn't do anything to me. But when I hear a celebrity talk about, the reason why that doesn't do anything to me is because I want to report the real news, and I want to, you know, I want to stay calm during situations like that. We can't all panic, and I don't want to make myself out like a, you know, somebody who's not panicking at all. But I, you know, want to make sure I don't. But I just have a trigger point when it comes to celebrities talking about the so-called problems of the average American or the average person in you know, the world. I just have that. That's my trigger point. That's my trigger point. Pentagon is warning Congress that it's running low on money to replace the weapons the U.S. has sent to Ukraine, as it already been forced to slow down resupplying some troops. AP reported. That's bullshit. I really doubt I think that's bullshit. Because I'll tell you why I think it's bullshit is because they, you know, because they simply can't. It simply can't be true that they're running out of money. How can they be running out of money already? You know? I mean, they can't. They can't already be running out of money. U.S. explosion. Biogas ignited due to the lightning strike at a waste facility in Yarton, England, causing large explosions seen in Oxford. So I think we have the explanation here, guys. That a biogas ignited due to lightning strikes at a waste facility in Yarton, England, causing large explosions seen in Oxford. I'm gonna check something out here. Ooh, hello. Well, that's London. Alright, obviously that's... West Close, Dunchurch, United Kingdom. Holy shit. Is that true? So the explosion took place in Oxford. Correct? There's a really big hazarded area in Oxford right now. Well, it's near Oxford. Where's Oxford? Where the fuck is Oxford? I don't know. I don't do... Oh, there we go. So that's... Okay, so that's not... That's nothing. That's not Northampton. This is Oxford. I don't think they have any... I don't know. They don't have any air quality near that, it appears. Holly Mountain, United Kingdom. Well, that doesn't... I was trying to check if there's any, like, kind of air pollution, but it doesn't appear to be any air pollution. There's some hazardous things going on here towards West Close, Dunchurch, UK. For some reason, right here is really bad air quality. Don't know what's going on there. and around in the surrounding areas, but apparently over here and in Oxford itself, it's not that bad. So, well, over in London, it's obviously pretty bad, but that's because it's London. Yeah, so sorry, no, but it doesn't appear there's anything really seriously going on. Yeah. Kazakhstan's doing better. Usually Kazakhstan is filled with fucking toxic air constantly. That's a little bit something better. Here's another point of view. Look at China's air pollution, right? Look at the Chinese air pollution. Compared to air pollutions in South Korea or Japan. And still to this day, Greta Thunberg has not said one word about China. Look at the air pollution in China in Japan. It's all green. It's relatively all green. I mean, it's very even near Tokyo. It's not even bad air pollution, you know. And the same goes here in South Korea. But you know, China, you know, it's like every single square inch of it has unhealthy areas. And you go a little bit down here, and you go down towards areas again. Have Greta Thunberg talked about India? The air pollution in India, that's more serious. Look at the area, you know, New Delhi. That's, you know, one of the most serious things that you'll ever see right there. Again, you know, so it's like, no, we don't talk about China. We don't talk about China. Why would we talk about China when we can talk about everything else? You know, it's like, oh, wow. Well, guys, I think that's gonna do it for me. I won't end the stream. I'll leave the stream up for you. But I think I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna head out for now. I may be back just a tiny bit later. But I'm gonna head out for now, and I'll be back maybe a little later. I don't know, but right now I'm gonna head out, and I'll see you guys maybe tomorrow, maybe not. But I will leave the stream up for you. So enjoy the stream. Sorry I didn't get that much news out today. Got a little worried there when I saw that Kosovo kind of thing, so I thought the whole thing was gonna kick off, so I just started streaming, you know, so. You really like the Swedish? What? Yes? Okay. I'll see you guys. I sincerely hope that we don't get Greta Thunberg for president of any country. Sorry, but really. airstrikes reported in Iranian militia sites in Deir Ezzor, Syria. If true, either USAF or IAF is behind. This happened in Syria. It is possibly an Israel strike. So it's reported by Faye Tukas News. Faye Tukas News. I want to give you that. I will retweet it on my channel. Go check it out yourself, or however you say. Other news like it, Michelle Obama has been spotted on a boat, a super yacht, for $250 million together with Tom Hanks. So that's something. Whatever. It doesn't really matter. House exploded in Detroit has been leveled. Check it out. This was taken just minutes ago from Detroit, a house that has exploded for unknown reasons, a possible gas leak, something like that. Maybe. Has pretty much leveled the house. It's gone. It's unsure if there was any casualties. Don't have much on it yet. Wanted to give it to you here. Not the best quality here, but it's like you can see the houses around you, and then take a look at that house, and you can realize what's really wrong. You know, everything just gone. So we don't know what happened. It exploded, but yeah, want to let you know that. You know, if you ever talk about the idea of how you level a house, you know, then you know, that's how you do it. How do I level a home? Well, you Blow it the fuck up. That's how you do it. Oh, look at that. A really nice video. I don't know, nothing to do with the war here. We'll take a break from the war and watch a nice video of some monks feeding an elephant. Check it out. They're feeding the elephant. Look at it. So smart. Keeps it in the nostril there. And look how it picks it up as well. It's like so clever. It loses its foot to, you know. Such a clever animal, you know. Has total control over its body. It's so amazing. It just keeps it in there, you know. I mean, that's so good. Maybe a meth house in Detroit? Well, maybe, yeah. Maybe. Meth house. I love elephants. They're so smart. You know, it's like it's incredible just how smart they are. The Israel Air Force have reportedly carried out strikes tonight on Iranian militia position in Deir ez-Zor region of eastern Syria. This region has a number of U.S.-led coalition bases which operate near the oil gas fields. We have a video of it. Alright, can't wait. Probably true. Yeah. But, supposedly that's it. Didn't look that big. It's not that big of an airstrike, you know, but, yeah. Yeah. Alright. Yeah. Somewhere along. I think it's in Kramatorsk actually. I think it's in Donetsk, yeah. Yeah, it's in that area there. We got air raids going off. I'm gonna be right back. God damn it, Witchy! What the hell? What the hell are you doing to us? You call it too early now? What are you doing? God damn it! Yeah, I got some areas there. Well, I'd say it's the usual areas. I'd say it's the areas around the front line. Not unusual. So, don't think it's gonna be too much. Russian says Russian Azerbaijan forces came under sniper fire in Karabakh. 5 hours ago. 5 hours. Probably should have said that. Nope. Right. Hey, show that video with that boar. So guys, so we have a video here of a wild boar that came upon the land in Crimea, the Crimean Peninsula here. Even the wild boars hate the goddamn commies. Check it out. The pigs come up here. There's a wild boar. Vicious animals, you know. Come on, you damn commies. Come on. I've been waiting a whole week for doing this. I've been swimming the whole week. Come on, you damn commies. Come on. I'll give you the fucking business. Come on. Come on. I've been swimming for a whole damn week. How far did it swim? You know, how far did it actually swim? You know? That's went far. Yeah, it's a good video. It would have had to swim far though, when you think about it. I mean, really far. I mean, he kept running. He wasn't even worried about those guys at the beach. He just kept running. He was like, I know where I gotta go. I'm gonna go find Putin. You know, I'm gonna cross the bridge. I'm gonna find Putin. That's what I'm doing. I'm gonna start by killing his enemies from behind. We see a wild boar hitting the Russian enemies from behind. Britain banned the provision of legal consulting service to Russia. New sanction against Russia came into effect in Britain on October 2nd, prohibiting the provision of legal consulting services. Yeah. Like, you know, like Russia cares about legal. There's a threat of ballistic weapons in Donetsk region. Ukraine Air Force. Oh shit, so there's a threat of ballistic weapons reported 28 seconds ago. Yeah, I mean, we imagine we would hear the boom, yeah. But there's a threat of ballistic weapons in Donetsk region, Ukraine Air Force has reported. Not a fun time to be Ukrainian. Do not want to wish that on anybody. No. It's not usual to use ballistic weapons on the front line. In fact, there's very little usage of ballistic weapons on the front line because they can be quite powerful weapons. However, I want to point something out that that it could also be, you know, just behind the enemy line, somewhere in the city, somewhere like that. So it's hard to really say. We got a B-52 over the United States of America, doing rounds about down here. Not unusual. Seen it before, obviously. Or booms I get. Well, usually they'd probably use something. Usually on front lines, you usually use shells or, you know, artillery. Because the risk of using ballistic weapons on the front line is, you know, because the Russians and the Ukrainians are you know, are so close to each other when fighting in some areas that using the ballistic weapons on an enemy, you know, that would be, you know, killing a lot of your own. However, I just want to point something out that it's still possible to do it. They just have to. Maybe they're just going to use it somewhere behind the enemy line. That's probably what they're talking about, you know. So, but it's still a little bit unusual for them to use it in Donetsk. We haven't heard about it. I mean, usually they'd use drones or artillery shells or stuff like that, because that's that minimizes the effect on their own soldiers, you know, or you know the chance of hitting their own soldiers. You can't really, you can control a ballistic weapon, you know, but you can't really, the effect that it has if it lands right on the front of your army there can be quite big, you know. I mean, they're conventional weapons, by the way. I just want to point this out. Is Billings a cannon fodder? Yeah, that. He seems to think so. Yeah. I want to point this out. It is a conventional weapon. Just for anybody who's wondering, it is not nuclear. It is a conventional ballistic missile. You would be right to assume that they can carry both, and yes, they can. But this one right here is very likely conventional, and that's what we got. Well, because if they were going to fire off nuclear weapons, we would have heard a lot more chatter than just ballistic. You know, there would be a lot more chatter, a lot more people talking. They would have had to move those systems into place. They would have had to prepare for it, and that would have been discovered. You know, we haven't had that yet, so you know, very likely ballistic, conventional. I'd say so. I don't think it's. I doubt very much that it's not conventional. It's very. I believe it's. No, but the Russians can't really hide if they're moving nuclear weapons, because they wouldn't use. Very likely, if they were to use nuclear weapons in a scenario, they'd probably use tactical nuclear weapons. And tactical nuclear weapons are fired off from things like Iskander systems. They'd have to move those things into place. They'd also have to place them on the systems and all of those things, and they would have to have, you know, back channels, all kinds of things, and monitoring channels. Putin would have to give the order, all those things, you know, and all of those things are monitored, and all those things would have either been given out on a Russian Telegram channel, or someone would have noticed. No. No, it's pretty normal. There's not, there's one B-52 up. That's pretty much it when it comes to aviation right now. One B-52, a little bit of a P-8 action. A B-52 isn't an unconventional. We do have two E-3s. That's not unusual. So no, I wouldn't say this is unusual. It's not every day you see a B-52 flying. That's correct, but I don't know. I don't think looking at this, I don't think it's unusual. I think it's pretty normal. Looks like a standard, you know, it's Monday, exercise, flying around the B-52 looks pretty normal. Looks sehr normal. Well, it's certainly not slow. I mean, listen, I mean, all of these guys right here, you know, these guys are all training planes. The T models are these are all training planes right here. These are very likely exercises going on. The B-52 usually flies down here in Texas, so that's not unusual. So the two E-3s are also probably part of this big exercise going on down here. You know, so yeah, no, well, I actually would agree. It's not slow, but it's certainly not anywhere where you would, you know, it's like bordering on the edge of slow, right? It's bordering on the edge of slow, I'd say. It's where you'd give it right now. The amount of exercises going on right now is something, and there's a lot of choppers up. But hey, you know, I mean, all the way down here as well. I think they've got a big. If I'm looking at it correctly right now, it looks like they've got a big. Training exercise today, a big flying day today. Because there's a lot of training planes up. Oh yeah, as far as me getting jumpy about something happening, no, that's definitely true. I mean, there's nothing happening. You know, nothing, absolutely nothing. We are. Well, I mean, there are things happening, you know, but not in the you know, big sense. Well, you know, Serbia's might be, you know, invading Kosovo soon, but other than that, we've got it under control. Well, I think we're good. I think we are fine, guys. I think we are fine. Do you think we're fine? I think we're fine. I think we're perfect. Protest erupts in Egypt after President Sisi announced his intention to run for a third term in office. Sisi and the military took power after climbing down on the government of the Muslim Brotherhood, which was formed after the Arab Spring. Got videos of that. This is in Egypt. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that they're not exactly happy with the current president. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'll say it, you know. The most concerning thing lately, certainly tomorrow we have that big exercise. You know, that massive exercise that's going to be happening in Russia. Other than that, we have things like, you know, this recent nuclear missile test. You know, and so I'd agree with you. Which he's definitely cooking something. You know, something is being cooked by him. Yeah. What, you know, when does Egypt not have a problem? You gotta go. Actually, it's funny because even in ancient times, even ancient Egypt, they had problems with their leaders. So they've always not exactly liked them. Oh, the ancient world was a Wild West, you know. Caesar, he got stabbed in the back. Everybody liked him, but he got stabbed in the back. Oh, what do you say? Oh, Sabarisha? Yeah, Sabarisha just turned on. Yeah. I want to go to Egypt one day. I wanted to go to Egypt. Then I said to my friend, I said, "Hey, we got to go to Egypt because it's a cool place to go. I've always wanted to see the pyramids." And my friend, he just went, "Pyramids? I don't want to see the fucking pyramid. I don't want to go to Africa." He said, first of all, he said, "I don't want to go to Africa." And the second off, he said, "What can we do in Egypt?" "Nothing," he said. And I said, you know, you have a very narrow point of view because your only place, the first place he wanted to go to was fucking Paris. And I told him, "I'm not going to Paris with you. We're two dudes. I'm not going to Paris with another dude, okay? I'm not going to Paris with another dude. If I ever was to go to Paris, that would be with a girlfriend. But I'm not going. You know, it's like, why not Egypt or some other place like that? You know, some of the places that you don't usually go to. You know." I sometimes I don't get why people don't want to try, you know, other things. They say like, "Oh, but we're gonna get robbed." So his point of view, you know. I'm not gonna go see pyramids in Bilon. I'm not gonna go see them. I think I'm good. Here you go. Remember my handprint? Are you allowed to touch a pyramid? I don't know if I am. I don't know, maybe, I don't know. Another additional 1,800 new Polish soldiers swearing their military oath ahead of joining the army. Holy shit. Polish military is beyond fucking recognition these days, you know. They're not fucking around anymore. I'll tell you that much. I'm going to touch it? Well, you gotta go and touch it then. I absolutely want to go. Sneak attack it? I don't know if you're allowed to go. I don't know. But, I mean, if I can, I certainly will. I want to touch the history. I mean, no, I mean, I just want to go there because of the history, you know? Wait, what do you say? I said, then you gotta go touch it. Oh, about Poland. Oh. No, I said there's a 1,800 extra soldiers that's just sworn to joining the military in Poland. They pretty much are doing 1,000 people a week or a day, mainly. They have a force of about 150,000 now. They're planning to turn that into 300,000. So as again I was saying before, Poland is not fucking around anymore. That's what I was saying. You know, and they're spending a lot of money lately. A lot of training going on, you know. Training. Have you ever been pushed to your limits? I feel like the recruitment is do you want to defend Poland against Russian aggression? They all just go, yes sir. Yes sir. You've all sworn an oath to protect Poland. Yes, we have. Why? I don't know. You guys pay good. I need a job. I'm just here because of the job. I don't know. You guys were giving out a lot of money. I just thought that I'd jump on the train, see where it was heading. You know, maybe I get a good job. You know, well, I don't know. I really want to get a good job, and I thought maybe I thought maybe, well,
Yes, because back then, when I was in your position, I was suggesting we bomb Belgrade. I was suggesting different. I just want to know what you suggest, because back then, when I was in your position, I was suggesting we bomb Belgrade. I was suggesting.
In light of recent events involving Serbia, I'd like to make my position clear.
Suggesting that we send American pilots in and blow up all the bridges on the Drina. I was suggesting we take out his oil supplies.
Yeah. All right. Easy now, buddy. 207. Navy was not visible then. You say I worked in Gdynia 2007 to 8 and then 2012 to 21. Navy was not visible then. You the Swedish Navy or the Swedish military? Ready? Well, obviously the Swedish, right? Thank you for your service, sir. Thank you for your service. To promoting peace, to keeping peace, and to being a badass. The Polish? I thought you lived in Sweden. You Polish? Did you serve in Poland as a Swedish military, or did you serve in Poland as a Polish military? Well, obviously, you live in Sweden now. Is more mighty. Yeah, but did you serve in this Polish Navy or did you serve in the Swedish Navy? I mean, just wanna ask.
Port right.
No, if that's what you're referring to. Civil fleet. Yeah, but Freddy, what army? Swedish or Polish? Did you serve in the Swedish or in the Polish? Check this video out, guys. So we have a Russian attack in Antarika, that's near the Luhansk region, where an attack was repulsed by the Ukrainian army, and they were pushed back, supposedly. All that was left behind was a bunch of scrap metal, because that's what the Russians like to do. They like to throw everything at the enemy and leave behind so many obstacles it takes them a long time to go around them. That's the Russian tactic nowadays, you know. They throw down a lot of you know, things in the way, so they create sort of a barrier between them with just sheer broken weapons, because that's the Russian tactic right there, you know. It's a great tactic. They're so dirty. Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah. You got it. You got it. They are. Why not? Wait. Very. Rihanna. Rihanna's a billionaire? I didn't know Rihanna was a billionaire. And I also didn't know JC was a billionaire. Who's not telling me all these things? I didn't know JC was a billionaire. I did not know Rihanna was a billionaire. When did she become a billionaire? I guess so. I didn't know. Well, you know. And more. Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg still remains the youngest ever billionaire. You know, okay, there's almost 20 years between when Mark Zuckerberg became a billionaire and when Elon Musk became a billionaire. That is pretty insanitary right there. U.S. destroyer from... The U.S. destroyer? Alright. Well, I don't really know how if you can set it, upload it on Twitter or send it or something like that. I don't know. Okay, don't really know how to get it. Well, thank you. Well, very nice. Well, thank you for your service then. It's very good. Very good, very good. Well, guys, I think I'm gonna head to bed now. So as promised, the stream will be staying up. Yeah, and if World War II breaks out while I'm sleeping, you know, I'll try. I'll wake myself up. Don't worry. But I will see you guys tomorrow for another stream. I'll see you. We'll come back, turn the stream off in quite the time. So have a good night. You're spamming? Alright, fair enough. See you guys.